chat. Hello. Welcome. We're writing a Minecraft plugin today, but I did just get a notification that somehow, through what is probably an error on Twitch's part, I I got a chat badge for being in the top 20% of streamers this year, which either means they're counting the bots in that number, or they haven't erased the stream where somebody viewbotted me from the record. Which I don't believe they have, because I actually read the recap, and it says that my best stream performance this year was 199 viewers. I'm not so sure about that one, Chief. We might take a look over it. It's pretty interesting. My annual recap. You can see who the best emotes were. I don't have OBS running. Let's see. Switch over to the good old main scene. Welcome to my Twitch 2025 recap. That's right. So, this is the fun thing, right? So, our stream 689. That is, I believe, correct. I have streamed a lot. 2025. I almost said 2026. I mean, 2026 is going to be higher. I'm planning to stream at least 2,000 hours. I've streamed 225 times over 142 days, which means that there's around 80 streams where the stream failed. But that's why we have the relay now. 988 people, or 988 hours watched. Just yet more reason that the 199 viewer figure is probably wrong. Apparently, this has got to be that this is in the top 10% of what I streamed, right? There's no way I got to the upper echelon of just chatting. Wild Assault I could see. Baldur's Gate I really can't see. What the fuck is this goat? Sorry. What's up with this goat? There's a goat. Look at this thing. Is it because I've only streamed 5 categories? Or is that always there? But yeah, I do not think that I was... I don't think I was in the top 10% of Baldur's Gate. I don't think I got viewbotted while playing Baldur's Gate. I don't know why it says that. Top stream, 199 viewers. No, it didn't. It's a little bit high. Top tags, English, vtuber, envtuber. I don't really change my tags, so that doesn't really surprise me. I still probably have the first playthrough tag, don't I? No, I don't. Okay, well, I guess I do change them. Kind of strange. Oh, maybe these are the top tags that I watched? Because these are the tags that I random raid by. And then I have the English tag because I don't speak any other languages well enough to actually listen to them. 9,373 chats received. Top channel emotes is angry and red flag, which is awesome. I actually don't think that's correct. Okay. Crossovers. Number 1 is Nox. 2 is Cold Shadow 68, and 3rd is Gaming Dandy. That sounds about right. I didn't do too much collabing this year. To be fair, I didn't do any collabing the year prior, so I suppose it's just a normal thing. Although we do have an interesting collab idea lined up, so perhaps that will happen. who rated me, Cold Shadow 68, Fuki, and Minto-san, who is I think now named Ominmin. I think he had a username change. Raid sent 58, mostly to Cold Shadow 68, Jay and Echo VT, and X Cute Little Angel X. I almost said Angle. That's kind of funny. 3 clips made of me? That doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more than that. Unless there are more people. Are other people clipping me? Usually clipping myself. Has anybody clipped me? Hold on. Going into the archives. No, actually. There isn't any clip that isn't me. Wow, I have 200 clips? That's so many clips. Unique clippers, 1. Ah, yes, barrel singularity. 219 new followers. 3 new subscribers. 219 followers is more than I have. So I guess it's not including the people who got banned. Points spent on the channel, 20,612. That's a lot of points. Got affiliate on September 16th, I think. I got the 2025 chat badge. And this little caltrop thing. I don't know what the entire point of that is, but yes. Here is the Insamarium. Why is this not animated anymore? But yes, that has been up to the beginning of December 2025. But yes, pretty cool to see the recap. But yeah. For some reason they say that I'm in the top 20%, which seems unlikely. I really want to know by what metric. Top 20% in terms of hours streamed, that might be sensible. I do stream quite a bit. 689 is not something to sneeze at. That's a lot of time. What percentage of the time was I streaming a lot? Hold on. Show me Monday. All right. Looking at, oh yeah, my analytics overview. Let's see, from good old January 1st to today. In terms of hours streamed. I mean, there have been a lot of times that I wasn't streaming for like 2 weeks. Can I show this? How do I show this? Here's my analytics. This is how long I've streamed, which is apparently 712 hours. So this data is a little bit out of date. But yes, I have 712 hours streamed. There have been large times I like didn't stream. I've been trying to stream every day for at least an hour for the past since October 29th. I was trying to stream pretty often before that too. Ever since I got affiliated, I've been trying to stream more. But yes. That is surprisingly topical, but only 2 people in this world understand why that's funny. That I just got the Oshio pop-up saying wanna form a magical girl contract. Only 2 people in this world understand why that's funny to me. It's very timely. Very, very timely. Okay. But yes, that is my time streams in the past 336 days. Let me go ahead and hide this. Um, but yes, I do want to stream more next year. I'm gonna be trying to do a full-time streaming next year. See, um, really, if I can do it. Half of the reason I stream is that I have extremely bad interpersonal skills. Like extremely bad interpersonal skills. I'm good at the technical stuff sometimes. If you ask me to fix your computer, I can probably do it. But if you ask me to give a speech, it's just trash. Not a very personable person. Which I guess is it's always the thing with VTubers, like it's like the weird people who VTube. But hey, that's the fun part about it. Okay, I've armed myself with a couple of guides on WebSockets. Um Damn, it's pretty crazy. I had a tab open for Divinity Original Sin 2. I was thinking about playing it. Um it is so expensive. It's $45. It was released 8 years ago. 8 years ago, but it's so expensive. I guess I missed the Black Friday sale. Maybe I have it on a different platform actually. But I should probably stop looking at Divinity Original Sin when I'm about to do development for Minecraft. Oh dear. Pretty sure neither one of these games. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, there's a reason I hid the browser window. Is it on Humble Bundle? The Nintendo Switch version. Yeah. It's actually more expensive than the Steam version. Okay, well, enough of that. Let us move on to good old development. So, I guess the question is, do I want to procrastinate the WebSockets even more? Because if I do, I can go ahead and start working on the effects in Minecraft. I probably should. Mainly because it's going to be more interesting anyway. So let's do that. Plus, I need something to interface with to actually try it. So let's get the thing set up here. How am I going to do this? So I can window capture Visual Studio Code. Reset the transform. We'll screen it. Okay. So now what we need to do is... Wait, this reverted. I had a damage timer thing working, but it's gone. How? I had built it. Your number 3 most watched streamer? Nice. Hold on. I just went over the recap. You just missed it if you weren't here already. Apparently I'm in the top 20% of Twitch users, which I think is probably false. They probably aren't removing the stream that I got 199 viewers because like that's obviously being view botted. It's like 99th percentile for me. So I just wonder by what category. If this is in order, you're my second most watched viewer. Which is kind of strange because I haven't seen the other guy in chat. Like ever. But he's apparently number one. Who knows? Maybe he's like a turbo lurker. No problem with that. Although, I kind of wonder if this is in order. Used a Makari emote 55 times. What was the one I think the one I used the most was Hylia Brick. Yeah, Hylia V Brick. Followed immediately by Big Cheer, Angry, Lizard, Mac 1 Lizard, and X Cute Little Shake. I love that it says mod of the year. Chat sent as a mod 148. I did not send very many mod messages. I don't even know who I moderate. It's your channel, isn't it? I feel like I don't moderate anything. I've never banned somebody as a moderator in somebody else's channel. I just ban in mine. All right. Let's see. All right. We need to encapsulate some of the. Honestly, I probably need to make a client library. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay. I need to make a Java library. No, not the Java libraries. I don't even know how to do this. I've never done it before. Shit. How do I make a Java lib? I guess I could just make a folder and then just put it in this project. I can't be fucked to separate it. Okay. So new file. Um, um, this step away before I could say this, but Mac 1 Lizard was the email I used 55 times. I got 35. I could resubscribe right now and drop some lizards in the chat. Get that number up. Who even is this? I think I was in this person's stream for like 3 minutes and I got a gift sub. Oh no, they have a 6-7 emote too. Going through all of my emotes that I have. This is a pretty good one. All right. So I need to see what is in the client SDK for middleware. Middleware has an ID in a string of connected sessions or an array of connected sessions. So So public string private string ID, public string get ID, public string set ID. I have to use this pattern, which I don't really like, but it's pretty important. It's not like C# where you can just reduce the availability or something. Oh, this is not a string. This is a void. We have a private array list of string connected session IDs. Honestly, I might even replace this with another class. Can I not move this? Here we go. So we could put this as a connected sessions. Okay. What? Congratulations on being real. The number of channel points spent in this server has gone, or in this channel has gone up by 1. What is I have apparently sent 6,900 chat messages. It's too many. I think a large portion of them were testing messages on my own channel. Check DMs. Oh dear. Oh shit. Let's go. 69 days streamed. That's awesome. The amount of points spent in my channel is now 20,615 instead of 20,612. Although realistically, this is probably an invalid number because we know that the hours streamed are wrong by about 20, so it's probably 3 days old. It just took that long to tell me. How do I want to do so the middleware should have some methods to connect to the actual server and send information. How am I going to do that? Also, we need a way to get a random string. How do I do that in Java? Java get random string. Java util UUID. Actually, it's assigned by the server, isn't it? Is it assigned by the server? I don't remember. Middleware controller. The middleware API isn't implemented, so actually it's not given by anybody. Realistically, do I want the server to do it? Or do I want the middleware itself to do it? Probably the server, so that the middleware doesn't have an ID if it's not connected. So we'll have the server give it. We'll have a private boolean connected equals false. Public string, not string, void connect string IP int port. Probably short port. No, it has to be int because Java doesn't have unsigned integers. Fucking wacky language. I don't know how to make a net connection. Java WebSockets. Did it work? Is Twitch not connecting again? One moment. It does this sometimes. Hold on. Twitch, open system. No, I'm connected to both Event Sub and into Helix. Why is it not working? The button works. It's doing the thing again. Sometimes it just doesn't answer requests. But that's okay. I can always come and click the button. Trying to look to see. What is JSON? Okay, so it's essentially Newtonsoft JSON for Java. Got it. I need to add some libraries. How do I do this? Dependency. Okay. Where are my dependencies? Dependencies. Okay. I'm just gonna casually copy paste. Probably get the latest versions of these. Okay. What is the latest version of Jakarta WebSocket? Is still 2.2 actually. 2.30 M1. But I don't know what that means. Is that pre-release or? It looks like their release schedule is about one version every like 16 months. So JSON 2.8 is vulnerable, so I should probably update that to 2.13.2. Jakarta WebSocket, we will download the pre-release version. I'm sure it at least works. Don't care about Docker. All right. So now I should be able to implement the things. Uh, oh, that's right. You have to declare what functions can throw exceptions. Forgot about that. Java forces you to do exception handling. Can't just not catch one, which is probably a good thing in the long run. But it is really annoying when you're opening a file that you know exists because you just wrote it. Okay. So, because writing the server endpoint, I don't care. I want to know about the client endpoint. Maybe I don't need this library. um, hmm. So this is a rough thing because I've never used Java for netcode and I've never done WebSocket like programming before. So this is a wild time. Uh, let's see. Java WebSocket communication. I could just do it like raw with sockets, but WebSocket is probably better because it's a standard. Why does well, I don't want the server, I want the client. I mean, I guess it is kind of also a server. Is it a server? It's server to server, I guess. So I do need an actual server, don't I? Man, I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Shit. Actually, I need to define the API first, don't I? I don't even have the API written. I should probably do that, huh? Forget actually writing the software. I need to like actually figure out what the software does first. That is significantly more important. Okay, that's fine. I can do that too. Casually just load up my to-do list, make a new subtask. Task uh subtask. Actually, I guess this is a template, isn't it? Because all middlewares trying to implement this API will need to follow this. That's what the question is, what do they do? Okay. Where do I design an API? How do I design an API? I guess we just fuck it, we're in a text editor, we'll just use text. Select a language, text. All right. So so we need sessions invite, which has a body of session ID to some value. And then it has a session object. Actually, I guess we don't need to give it the session ID then. We'll give it the session, which will be a full session object. Then we have response is accepted is true or false. If response dot accepted is true, the server must. I want to write it kind of in the same language as the RFC standards. Server must add the middleware to the sessions. Does the session hold a list of connected middleware? Does it? Actually checks. Sessions? It does not. We should probably do that. Does now. To the sessions middleware list. All right. The middleware should await an event joined session. And then respond, or should await join session. Also gonna have to go through all of the events. The problem is the middleware API is actually really complicated because it's the only part that's actually difficult. Because the middleware implements most of the actual game code and the most of the game code. It's actually a really heavy app to develop. I guess I should set this to markdown. Why is it complaining? That thing is highlighting. They have to be on separate lines. Oh, one isn't. Test this? Nope. There we go. And all of these are good old JSON. Okay. So the request will always have type. Will be like something like joined session. Response will be varies. Actually, it may not even have a response because it's just a notification. Be like the gateway. It's actually kind of what it is. Berries or null. Actually, I suppose then there wouldn't be a sessions invite endpoint. So hold on. So we'll do events. Invited to session. Request is a session okay. And then we have response isn't necessarily you don't have to respond to events. In fact, they're probably one-way communications. You can't respond. Events are one-way communications from the server to notify the middleware of certain occurrences. Responses are not necessarily required. The middleware was invited to a session by a user. Okay. Sorry, I'm blowing my nose. I imagine you don't want to hear that, but I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe that's what you live for. Who am I to tell you otherwise? Okay. So then we have inviting user ID is the user that invited the middleware to the session. Session. A full session object describing the session and its contained and it's just describing the session. I don't want to list everything. It'll change over time too, so it'll be invalid later. When a middleware obtains this event, it should reply by either posting API v1 sessions except is that where I want to put that? I don't know. Or API v1 sessions decline. Honestly, it might be just sessions invite / respond something. I don't know. We can change this later. That's fine. Removed from session. the middleware was removed from a session by a user. The answer will be removing user ID. And then session ID is. You gotta love these test ID numbers. I just slap the keyboard a couple times and we call it a day. Moving user ID, the user ID of the user who removed the middleware. Session ID, the ID, the session, the middleware was removed from. User joined session. Oh, I suppose that each of these should be given a type as well. Type. Removed from session. Session, middleware. Actually, we'll say it was a middleware. The ID of the removed middleware, not necessarily this middleware. We'll say session middleware removed. Session middleware invite. Type is invite or session. A user joined. Type is session player join. Player or user ID. Call user join. Session ID is okay. We'll give the session ID so that all session requests can be given a type. So I can use like polymorphism because each request will have a type. Each session based request will have a session ID. Sure, they may have more information, but I can base it off of these so I don't have to write type and session ID every time. So user join session, there needs to be one for user left session. Naturally. There needs to be one. There, you can't kick a user from a session at the moment. What else can you do? Trying to think, do I want to have a way for you to request session information from inside of the inside of the gateway, so you don't actually have to use the HTTP API as well? Exactly what messages should you be able to send to the server through this is what I'm saying. I mean, you have to be able to HTTP request the website or like the server anyway, or else you can't connect in the first place. So I'm going to assume that you still have that capability. We'll think about removing it or moving it later. Or maybe even allowing both methods. But I think that it'll get confusing and be difficult. So we'll probably just assume you can HTTP request. Okay, so user leaves, a session middleware is added, session middleware is added or removed. Oh, actually, there isn't one for adding, is it? Session middleware added. This event will not be. Let's see. This event will not be dispatched for a middleware that no, I'm not gonna make that guarantee. I was gonna say it won't be dispatched for your middleware, but I don't care. Okay. So now we need to. Now comes the hard part where it gets really confusing. We need to set up the event system for the actual like challenges, which is going to be where it gets complicated. Also, the meeting I was supposed to have today got canceled, so we've got all day. All day. Okay, so trying to think of how this works. So when the session starts, which we should also have a an event for. Session starts, which will just be a session ID. We need a way for the server to ask middleware for related Razzo. And I know I haven't explained what that means, but also if I do explain, it's going to take a while and I'm going to have to repeat it a lot. So I'm just not going to explain it. Essentially, challenge or event, or like effect. Really all you need to know. How do I want to do this? So we need to obtain some. So there's 3 Razzo that are called laws. Or I guess 3 or more. There's no guarantee on how many there are. So I need to ask the middleware to give us one or more. And how am I going to do that? Because the thing is, it's not necessarily the case that any laws are registered. Actually, I suppose that the registration of which Razzo are available is not actually something the server needs to be concerned with. It might be something we support with the API, but generally the middleware should be responsible for its own registration of Razzo. So we don't really care. Actually, it probably doesn't even need to register Razzo, does it? Does it? Maybe it doesn't. Hold on. Maybe the server is significantly less complicated than I thought. Because if we're not even handling the Razzo, which we probably don't need to, other than to describe it to clients, we don't even need to register them. And if the middleware is responsible for showing it to clients anyway, then we don't even have to do anything difficult. We don't have to even hold them. Huh. Because I mean, we're gonna have to send the entire Razzo anytime that we use it anyway. So maybe this is the best way to do it. Interesting. It's gonna be one of those weird things where it changes. It gets more and more complicated as time goes on. But we do need to be able to request information from the middleware. Because the problem is the server handles the assignment of the assignment of Radso and stuff. So the issue is okay, when the server when the session starts, you have to get 3 laws. The problem is theoretically there are an infinite number of middleware, each of them that might be able to assign a law to a player. But also there's the possibility that the session has not a concept of players and everybody's bound by the same rules. This is where it gets complicated. So we're gonna have to make an assumption and support exactly one game mode to begin with, and then we can expand it to other game modes. So I'm going to make the assumption that there is exactly one middleware, and this middleware will always have at least one Radso for every category, even if that is an empty Radso with no actual effect. So we also need to be able to tell the server of events, because the middleware is also an event producer. Mainly because the actual server itself is unaware of the game's state. It doesn't know, it doesn't care, and it can't know, because I would have to write a lot of code, an insane amount of code to support every game. So that's the idea of the middleware, is that we have a middleware application that handles the game, which is the Minecraft server plugin. So we need to be able to tell the server certain conditions. We really need to update our vocabulary. We've attempted to do it twice. We actually have documents between me and the client as to what we call a lot of these things. And honestly, I don't think any of them are good names. It is a little bit dense. And look. For example, right? And this is one of the things that I've actually rejected from the scope. This was going to be the name of one of the categories. We might do it in the UI layer, but in the implementation layer, I am not calling it that. Because that is so confusing. It's like it's very tightly coupled with his world, this entire app. Where is the other PDF file? Where is it? Where is it? I don't think we have one, actually. Maybe I wrote it. Did I write it? I just work here. Why did I send a picture of a chickpea? Maybe it was in might have been in chats. That's just the advanced document. So let me open my thing here. Because I know we wrote down a lot about how it works. I just don't know where we wrote down a lot about how it works. Is it in the rec stock? The rec stock is 1 page long. It's not in there. Oh, wow. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, we're 100% not finishing on time. But then again, my deadline is 6,536, so I think we'll be okay. But my self-imposed deadline is not happening. I have 18 days to write 3 apps. It's not gonna happen. We have a view bot. Wait. I'm gonna restart Coalescence to reconnect to Twitch. Because I really want this to work. Open the Twitch. We're connected. Get him! It didn't work. I'm literally shattered at the moment. That's fucked up. I got so excited. We had another viewbot ad guy, and I banned him, but the animations didn't work. Watch, it's gonna tell me that it fucking. You know what? It probably did. You know what? Maybe I unban him and then ban him again. 1 second. Fucking my DNS server lost the IP of Twitch again. I guarantee it. My dog ass DNS server, which I really should just fix. I probably can just fix it, but I haven't done that yet. I'm gonna unban this guy and then ban him again. Wait, I have to restart Coalescence. Hold on, I gotta unban him again. Welcome back. Wait, it didn't work. Welcome back. And now... Alright, well, fuck me, it doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. That's so sad. Maybe I re-authenticate. Maybe my token's bad. That would actually explain why 2 things didn't work. Hold on, we're gonna unban again. This will work. I believe. Here we go. Anybody with 7 TV right now is so confused as to why I keep banning this guy. It worked! I just had to re-authenticate twice, and then there he goes. Now the model RGB redeem should work. Hopefully. Maybe we could check. It works. Here, do you guys want to see the model RGB in close proximity? Look at that. We got so much RGB. I should really edit it so that it ends at the end of the cycle. Doesn't like go halfway and then reset like that. Alright. Back to the programming. Alright. Now that Twitch is... It's not even Twitch's fault. My DNS server just keeps losing the information. I really should like read the the configuration guide for my DNS server and see why it doesn't work. I could literally just look, and I haven't yet, and I still probably won't. I'm just so lazy. Okay, so question is, we need a request route. So the Razzopon server has or needs a Razzo from, or it needs a Razzo of a specific type. So it will contain a session ID. It'll contain a player ID. Wait, I forgot to hit the. It'll contain a Razzo type. Oh. Count 3. The user this applies to session. This quest represents. Gonna make me drink water. Have a water dispenser for times like these. But I like to see some comedy gold. I don't think gold is really funny, but you know, hey, I could be wrong. We do need to give here. What atrocious things have you sent me? I don't think I can show that on stream, but that is pretty funny. I mean, I probably can show it on stream. I just probably shouldn't. Okay. What I should show on stream? What? Don't want to get timed up for promoting. I honestly thought you were gonna show me, or you're gonna have me ask, or you were gonna ask me to show feet pics, which I can do. Right, you guys are about to get some feet pics. Check this shit out. Pretty good. Pretty good right there. Lore for the game that has been abandoned. It hasn't been abandoned. I actually have a lot of different ideas for games. But I have no idea how I'm going to do any of them. It is the fun part of game development is that I have none of the financials. Although to be fair, one of them I could probably do trying to think because like there's a few different ways that people do games. One of them is revenue share, which traditionally I don't want to do because it's difficult once you have a bunch of people. One, to do all of the admin of actually sending everybody money, and two is if you're trying to keep a decent amount to reinvest in the company and you also want to pay everybody well, you start to run out of money really quickly. Then the other thing I'm not super excited about doing like a revenue share is that the product has to be made to be a commercial success instead of as an art piece. Told a friend I'd ask you how they could go about doing a thing. Oh dear. That's never a good sign. Kind of crazy shit are you about to ask me? You think that's how you know it's wild. What are they trying to do? Probably check to make sure the relay has enough money. She wants to add a chatbot command for her raid message to include some of her emotes in it. Um, I know a lot of times people will bot their own user. I think I bought my own user for the messages. But I tried to model change to a model that doesn't exist. That's model RGB. I just did it just not get the message? Hold on. New model change test. Fucking hate it here, man. Why doesn't it get the messages anymore? I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm. I also forgot to save the new fucking, oh my god. Okay. Everything is okay. This script exists. I can survive. Alright. Now I gotta restart Coalescence because it's not getting events. I think there's something wrong with the redeems. It only gets like one. Okay, so if I try to load a model, yeah, you can see the bot responds as me, Also, did I ever update this? I did. Here's my list of models. Wait, science time. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Does this work? Nope. Wait. Oh, that's awkward. I have to press the screen key 1 second. It works! Yes, this is one of the new models. We've even got wings that block all of the screen. I really should have thought about that twice before enabling those, but I didn't. So, that's awkward. Alright, going back to Type H1. This is a secret sneak peek until somebody pays the 250 points. Yes. Look at this. My eye tracking is a little fucked, but look at this. I mean, I could move the camera to be on the center of the monitor. It might work. Will it work? Do I have something to like... Because, okay, it might work. We're gonna try it. I have enough cable slack. Oh, I do. I got hella cable slack. Oh, God. Is that gonna hold? Maybe. We will choose to believe. The confidence is really low. The confidence is only 60%. Guess the cable is like too heavy or something. Hold on. It's struggling so hard. Confidence is 69%. Weight shaming the cable. Yep. It's a really thick cable. It's a USB 3 cable. A relatively heavy one of that. Here. Move it down slightly. The confidence is now at 89%. The only problem is that now the light and the camera are being viewed at exactly the same place, so the tracking for my eyes is completely fucked. It's fine if I don't wear my glasses, but then I can't see. So, that's slightly problematic. What do I do about that? Like, I can't just not see. You really got to put a lot of time between the words "not" and "see." But like, I mean, I guess the tracking is still kind of shit. I don't even know what I would do to fix it. I could front light myself even more. I could hit the up button on this thing a couple times. Up. 30 watts of light directly into my eyes. How's that now? Look at that tracking. It's 80% confidence. It's gone down. Oh no. I think my eye blinking track. Here, sit down. Now it doesn't blink at all. Gremlin models suit me. Are you calling me a gremlin? I do not have the gremlin tag. I have the Big Chungus Enjoyer tag. I have no idea what's up with these. Wait, I open sensitivity is too high. I have to not smile, but my eyes are very widely open. I do also have the idiot maxing tag. That is correct. Yeah. It's funny looking at the calibration guy because you can see me smiling, but the model doesn't have the requisite um like expression. It's a little bit. I have the furry tag. I'll leave you to do all of the homework on that. Since when? Since I started streaming. That's been there for at least a year and a half. I didn't tell you. I didn't have to tell you about the Big Chungus Enjoyer tag, did I? You don't typically you don't typically call up your friends and be like, "Hey, yo, Nox, I added a new tag to my stream. It's the idiot maxing tag." You don't do that. You don't call people and be like, "I have a new tag." Chat, look at the tags. First playthrough, blind playthrough is gone. Now weep or something. People don't do that. You're not talking about the tag. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Hold on, I have to make a long clip. All right. Talking about me being a furry, I play Wild Assault Furry Battlefield. I actually don't know if I count as a furry. I don't have a fursona. Like, it's like the starter kit. You need a fursona, don't you? I don't have one. I have some furry names, mainly because I chose the worst ones I could find on fantasy name generators because it was funny. But an actually good furry name, I've never made one. Someone call Atlas. What? What does Atlas have to do? That's the next game. They have a furry persona. Fursona. Let's go. Persona like tears off the mask. I mean that's P5, but I mean they always do something different. So who knows? Maybe you'll like fucking put on a suit, and then it'll be like you put on the suit and then you turn into a werewolf. That would be fucking sick. Jack Frost is like a snow leopard. Dude, Atlas, I've got the ideas. I'll sell them to you for only $8. That's my price. $8 and a free key. Like $60 value. $78 value. To make Arsene a manticore. Be fucking sick. Excited to say they put on the programmer socks, but that's a different thing. Yeah. The programmer socks, that's like it gives you like +2 programming. Maybe I'll need to put on the programmer socks. We're doing the difficult shit today. You know what? Chat, do I put on the programmer socks? It is also very cold in here, so that's just an extra benefit. It's like 30 degrees outside. You're running away because I'm bringing out the socks. What, are you afraid of clothing? I also don't know where my phone is. I can't actually check how much freaky it is outside. It's afraid of clothing, I see. I mean, last time I checked, it was the middle of the night, so kind of. It's not that far off. How's the humidity that high? The cold day, humidity usually goes down when that happens. I almost gave my location. I could not. My security controls are so tight. My security controls are just lie. It works most of the time, surprisingly. We'll just believe whatever you say on the internet. Hate. I could say that my name is James, and people would believe me. Not James. It's like how everybody thought Jacksepticeye's name was Jack, but it's actually Sean. Or if you don't know how to say things, scene. I like that. I like that the number one way that he got doxxed was the clever bot video. What a time. Thanks, Thanks, Nightbot, for the fucking Discord ad at that moment. Join my Discord for Jacksepticeye's personal information. That'd be funny. To be fair, I didn't really dox him. He posted it on YouTube, so it's kind of his problem. He chose to put it on there. Also, I don't think he really cares. It's pretty well known. All right, guys. The programming skill is up. Nice voice crack. The programming skill is up. The voice skill is down. That would be a crazy redeem. Choose the programming socks color. You wouldn't. I would never be able to prove it because I'm not going to send you a picture. But it would be funny. The yellow ones glow in blue light. Just saying. Very freaky. I don't know why. Not typically how light works, but probably means that they're irradiated. I did buy them for very cheap. Feels so weird because now I have a physical barrier between me and the mouse. I put on gloves too. Gotta go all the way. See, Nox, this is just my transformation sequence. You are one of the only people who understand why that's funny. Oh, speaking of transformation sequence, I was gonna go check out Oshio's stream and see what she's doing. Oh, that's the title of the stream. Very interesting. I don't want to send too many messages in this stream because I don't want to have to make the exit message of I'm already streaming. I probably shouldn't be in someone's chat. But they're doing drawing for people. That's pretty cool. All right. Back to the hard shit. We took our free break. Now we got to get back to the really terrifying prospect of actually having to make a public API. And it has to be good because I can't ever change it once we release, which is fucking terrifying. But here we are. I don't want to be like Twitch where we delete half the fucking API every week. I say even though they haven't really done that. I'm being unfair, but I get unfair when I'm stressed. It is actually kind of scary having to write a public API. It does have to be good. More than anything I've ever done before, this has to be good. People will look at my documentation and be like, the fuck's going on? It would be so funny. All right. Close this. We don't need this. We don't need this. All right. Can you tell I'm procrastinating right now? I also have to put impact values because you target. You know what? Bazel implementation. We're not doing that yet. The thing is, the server can ask for a specific quality of Razzo. Because for example, you might want one very for the law Razzo, you might want a very intense one, and then like a medium one, and then a light one. So like for example, the intense one might be you only have 50% maximum HP, and then the light one might be your jump height is increased by 25% or something. In terms of Minecraft, some very basic stuff. And that's kind of the idea. But right now it's gonna give 3 completely random law routes, so because I don't care. We'll get to the deep implementation later. We could also just make it that the middleware, because it'll get the session start, and then it'll know any Razzo requests I get in the next 10 seconds are going to be initiative Razzo. You don't need to be crazy with it. I would like to give more information about requests, though. Perhaps I'll give a request extra data, which might have more information from the server if other moderator apps are asking, because moderators are another plugin to the server. Right now, the server is just dummy, just choose random shit. Ask the middleware what they want to do. But ideally, there's a moderator type where you can write it's almost like an AI, not quite, but it's attempts to make the run interesting. It's a director system, like how Left 4 Dead, if you have a lot of items and you're doing really well, the next horde that comes in will probably, one, happen more quickly, and two, it'll be more intense. And if you're already, at like 6% HP and you got no restoratives, the next time you find a medkit station, there will be more medicine in it, so that it kind of evens things out. Like if you're doing well, it'll ramp up the challenge, and if you're already about to get blasted, it'll try to help you out of it. So I kind of want to do something like that. That's what we were aiming for. So if, let's say, you have very little HP, maybe you'll get a Razzo every time you kill an enemy, you get 1 heart, or something like that. Something like that. That's the idea. How we're going to implement that, no fucking clue. But the other idea is that like some moderators might be a little bit less. So like that would be like the default moderator, like the Left 4 Dead 2, a directorial moderator, which tries to make an interesting story. But there might also be something like a challenge moderator, where maybe they don't give you the benefit of the doubt. They don't give you any benefits. If you're low on health, they will still attempt to blast you. So the idea is that your run can have different personalities. But the question is, how am I going to do that, considering the moderator is not the middleware? Because the middleware describes the game, and the moderator has to, without knowing the game, be able to determine how you are doing. So realistically, the middleware will have to also create estimations of how you are doing and give different signals, like, okay, maybe you're at low health, or you're taking too long, maybe you're about to fail a temporal objective, maybe you're having trouble dealing damage, maybe your damage output is too low. And that's going to be the really hard part, where we have to create standardized signals to somehow allow pointed responses without any fucking clue what the game even is. Because the moderator will not have information about the game. Moderator will not know the game. Only the middleware interacts with the game, and only the middleware can see the game's state. Everything else in the system has no fucking clue what you're even playing. So that's kind of the thing. The middleware has to collect these signals and distribute them to the rest of the system, being like, hey, they're in trouble. And then maybe the moderator will go, okay, let's give them some boosts, or be like, they're going to die, let's crush them. You just got back. What am I yapping about? You missed all of the important explanation, and I'm not going to repeat it because I don't remember half of what I said either. But yes, essentially what I was talking about is the plan for how this system works. For example, okay, so this essentially what we're building is a system that allows you to automatically distribute challenges to one or more players that could be playing competitively or cooperatively. And it's a system to create and distribute those challenges. It's like a challenge run, but this game is actively updating as you're playing, kind of like crowd control, but there's not necessarily an audience behind it. The problem is distributing information about the game, because the thing is, it's a system of applications, right? You have the client, which actual players see, which can't actually do much. You have the server, which actually handles communication between all of the different parts. You have the middleware, which actually interacts with the game. So the clients connect to the game, which also the middleware obtains information about and sends to the server. And then that is the only part of the entire system that knows what game you're playing. Nothing else has any clue. So that middleware defines the challenges, the benefits for completing a challenge, or the punishments for failing a challenge, laws, which are rules that are applied to a run throughout the entirety of it. It also determines like what the game can do, like what the actual challenges are. And it also determines whether or not they are valid. So, for example, we did do a little bit of thinking with the Wind Waker as an idea. You wouldn't want to have a challenge, which is, kill the next boss in 5 minutes when you're at Dragon Roost Island's base, because it's gonna be a while before you get there. So there's also validity checks, and then also the moderator, which is essentially it's an algorithm or other implementation of a way that it determines the personality of the run. So for example, what I was talking about was the Left 4 Dead 2 director, or the Left 4 Dead director, which will adjust the difficulty depending on how you're doing. So if you are at maximum health and you have a bunch of restoratives, it'll ramp up the next horde so that you get your ass blasted, so that it'll kind of bring you back to middle. And if you're doing really low, or if you're doing really poorly and you don't have any restoratives, so maybe you just got blasted and you've already been down twice, you're more likely to find medicine in the next medicine cabinet. So it'll kind of bring you back up and bring you back to that the center. And that could be a personality where like it determines, okay, you're low on health or something. And this is going to be the weird bit that I have to figure out, because the middleware needs to send these signals in a standardized way that all applications can understand without any clue what you're playing. Because once again, only the middleware knows the state of the game. And really only the middleware even knows what the game is. So it's not super clear how to do that. But that would allow responsive and pointed responses to essentially know information about what the game is. The middleware needs to have some set of signals it can send, some set of flares it can shoot out to the system and be like, hey, he's getting blasted, give him a break. And the moderator can choose to be like, let's fuck him up anyway, depending on his personality. That's the kind of general idea of what we're doing. Problem is, I need to set up the API between all of those components, because it's going to be a public system. And this is the weird thing, is because I've never made a publicly interfaceable app before. Technically, I've used Discord and stuff, which is technically public interface. I send the source code, so it's technically an API-ish, but not really. And this is a full API that will be publicly available, and you can write apps for it and shit. And I have to make it good, because if it's not good, I can't ever make it good. I mean, I could just make a V2 API, but then everybody who wrote V1 apps has to update them, and now it's a real pain in the ass for anybody who decided to interface with my project. So that's kind of what we're doing, because it really needs to be good, and I'm afraid that I'm not going to make it, which is a terrifying thought. So for now, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna use this basic Razzopon request, which is, it doesn't have any of the bells and whistles that the system needs, but it'll at least let us get something off the ground. Something. And that's all we need. So, if the middleware is capable of providing Razzo for this user, it should post API v1 sessions, assign or Razzo assign to player or something. We'll come up with the API endpoints. It's fine. This is passable. Essentially, middleware have the power and are specifically designed to assign challenges, trials, blessings, curses, laws to players. That is their primary purpose in the system. So they have full control. So the law, trial, blessing, curse. Is there another one? I feel like there's a fifth. I don't fucking remember. It can also be both. Or like we can need more than one, but we're just gonna call it. We'll just have the event go out 2 times. So this should be the basic API we need to do to get something off the ground. But what I'm going to do now is, because we've been doing the API side and it's a little bit boring, if I'm not going to lie, we're going to implement the client side, which means we're going to be doing some Minecraft programming. So even have an example command? We do not. Well, shit. This template's not very good, is it? So we're going to set up some of the internal effects that can happen. So we need a how am I going to do this? So Retso have a set of parameters that they can use to further randomize an effect. And they have ranges and stuff. Probably what we're going to do is locally just set it up as a completely local app without any integration with the server, and then we'll integrate it with the server once we have something running. So, this is where you can come in. I need weird effects. Not something like you deal double damage. I want something weird. I want weird effects, and we're gonna make these our law Razzo. So these are gonna be things that are applied permanently. Define weird. When you pick up an item, these are in the context of Minecraft, by the way. When you pick up an item, all monsters within 30 to 100 blocks get sent up with a velocity of 1 to 160. That would be pretty weird. I want the law Razzo to be completely fucking unhinged. Is teleporting on the table? Yeah, I can teleport anybody. I'm the server. I could do anything. I have god level control over this world. Probably gonna have to start making a Razzo definition class. Public class Razzo. Move, nope, not extract interface. Nope, not toString. I don't need that. Move to file. Because Java is rude and you can only define one class per file. Because why would you want to be able to do anything else? How do I make a virtual function in Java? Are they all virtual by default? Java virtual function. All instance methods in Java are virtual by default. Sick. I think they need to be declared final to be non-virtual. Yep. So each of these will have a public string, private string name. Public void set name, string new name. Wonder if you can teleport to a base? Teleport a base? What? What does that mean? Also, I would like to get the this model does have a keyboard. If I load the specific other type, one moment. If I load this one. So I do have a keyboard. For some reason the moon icon is black again. Didn't do that. Why does it do that? Why do it do that? Fine, I can fix it really quick. Logo 2. Fixed. Science is there. But yeah, if I do that, I can actually like type and stuff. The problem is I can only do this while VTube Studio is focused. Because remember, I do my model composition on a different computer. So I can't just because I can't be focused on this computer and type into Visual Studio at the same time. So that's a slight issue. Also, I can blast the 0 key. What happens if I put 2? There's a break in which yeah, it's on this row, where instead you'll use the other hand. But I don't think I have a way to do this because I'd have to send hotkeys to a different computer. And that might be possible, but I don't think it's possible. um yeah. Hmm. I wonder if I could use a USB relay or something. Because theoretically, I do actually have a USB connection I could put a hub on. This is going to be making it far too complicated, but theoretically, I could have this keyboard write to 2 different computers, and then I could have the and then I'll only have to worry about people seeing my passwords whenever I type them in. Because you will actually be able to physically see on screen my passwords, which is a slight issue. Um, but yeah. How am I going to fix that? Because I do want to use the keyboard. I could do near composition for the model. It would work. It's just not the best. I could, especially since I'm not playing a game. And I'm probably not actually going to bother recording this. How do I want to do this? If I do near composition, though, I have to run... Ah, damn, I have to run NVIDIA Broadcast on the local computer, too. Shit. It doesn't work. Because then I also don't have the model separately, even though keying this model is probably not going to happen. Let's be real. Shit. What do I do? I don't think I can. I need some way to send key presses over the network to a different VTube Studio instance. Is that a thing I can do? I mean, I can use the API. I mean, theoretically, can I activate a hotkey with the VTube Studio API? I can. But I need to hold it. I mean, I could directly set the expressions. Hold on. I mean, I could theoretically, hear me out. I could theoretically take the Coalescence VTube Studio plugin and send, if they are available, every key press as an expression toggle, depending on whether or not it's on. Which means I'm going to have to get the keyboard state every millisecond, or I guess every 60 or 16 milliseconds, and send VTube Studio a list of all of the ones that are active. I'm probably gonna have to keep track of which ones are active locally, because that's so much data to send. And then API message every single one. I could do that. It wouldn't even be that hard. I already have key sending things, key sensing things. I could do that. It's not the worst. Is it a good idea? The answer is almost certainly no. But is that going to stop me? The answer is almost certainly no. Hello, Dragon. I'm trying to figure out how I can get the little keyboard thing to work with my whack-ass 2-computer setup. Do I want to actually do this? It's gonna take like an hour. And it's probably not going to work. Probably gonna get my VNeon app to stop working. Not VNeon, VTube Studio app to stop working. But is it worth it? Is it worth it? I don't think it is. I could do it. Ah, shit. Do I want to do it? Literally, what you're gonna see is this. You're gonna see me go bang. This is words It is kind of cool though. Shit, I kind of want to do it. It's such a waste of time. Okay. We're gonna do it. Chat, we're doing it. I fear no computationally complex ask, except for the ones that I do, which are all of them. Okay. We're gonna do it. Everybody hold on to your dumpy because this is gonna take a while. Where is YouTube Studio? Here it is. This is gonna suck. This is good. This is such a terrible idea. Okay. If private bool is model got that keyboard thing is equals false. After we load a model, we're going to call base dot get expression state list. Var expressions equals 08. If expressions dot any data dot details dot any. Nope, that's a boolean. What? Expressions dot any x dot name equals EU. If it has a U key, we're in. Actually, we'll just set this equal to this because otherwise this will always stay on. Okay. Then we need a thread, private thread t equals new. Private thread t is nothing. Then we need to do private void thread work, thread. I can't type thread work. Okay. Keyboard k equals new k dot. I can't get the key state. Oh no, I'm gonna have to use a p invoke method, aren't I? Shit. C# get when key down. Control dot key down event, but I don't have control because there's no window. Shit. Okay. No win forms. It's still giving me win forms. Keyboard is Visual Basic devices. It does not give you the opportunity to see what keys are pressed. It gives you the opportunity to see what modifier keys are pressed, but not any of the other keys, which is a problem because those are the keys I need. Shit. Console.read key, that's not going to do it. Wait, what? Done. Hold on, I can totally smuggle key information. 1 minute. VTube Studio, add new form. Smuggling form.cs. So we can create this form and then just not show it. This dot enforce coalescent style. This dot key preview equals true. And then we want to, on the key down event, this might work. It's either only going to work on when it's focused, or it's going to work overall. And I don't know which. So we're going to try it. Preview key down. Occurs before the key down event when a key is pressed while focus is on this control. Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to in Vignon subsystem, when we hit open main form, we're going to open new key smuggling. This is actually Vignon. That's not the right one. I need the VTube Studio one. VTS plugin. Nope. VTube Studio subsystem. Okay. New VTube Studio form.show. We'll call new key smuggling form.show. So now that will open as well. I need to close coalescence. I need to switch to debug. The idea is, if this works, and I open this form, and I click away from it, and I press any key, and then it hits the breakpoint, and it works. It does not. Okay. That's a problem. That means that my silver bullet doesn't actually work. It's not real. So that's a problem. We're gonna have to use pinvoke. We're gonna have to register a window handler. This is gonna be a trouble. This could be troublesome. Or we could pinvoke direct input. I mean, this is already a Windows only app, so fuck it, right? We can pinvoke direct input to get the keyboard state, and then hold a reference to what it used to be to check for events. Then forward all of those to VTube Studio through the plugin, which would work, I think. It does work. It's such a weird way to do it, though. Probably the only way I can do it, though. Pinvoke get keyboard state pinvoke.net, my beloved. So, class public class key invoke key reader. Casually steal this code. Sample code. Oh wow. Casually steal this too. Thanks, pinvoke.net. You make my job a lot easier. Cool. Okay, native methods. It's just gonna be here. Okay. Now the problem is I have to figure out what the key codes are. So I think that I don't know if it's the lowercase or the uppercase range it matches. It might be both, honestly. Okay. VK codes, virtual key codes. Go. It is 0x40 is the base. So A is 0x41. So we want to get the keyboard state. Okay. We want a list of string. What do we want? We want a void. We're going to private byte array keys equals new byte of 256. We have the same thing for last keys. Still don't understand how stack alloc works. I've never used it. I should probably switch over because this is actually going to take a decent amount of time. It's not going to be fast. So this is how this is going. So this can't be static. This can't return. What I want to do is we will have a byte this keys equals new byte of 256. And we will do keys at I equals key. That's byte. We'll set as actually this will be byte of 1, else keys at I equals byte of 0. We will have an event, private, public event handler of byte key pressed. We want another one for key released. We want another one for we don't want one for key held actually. So if last keys at I is 1, then nothing actually, we don't care. Is 0. And we want to call key pressed dot invoke of this, and the byte will be I as a byte. Sorry, I got a couple sneezes in there. Okay. So this will invoke key pressed. And if last keys is 1, this will invoke key released. Now, in VTube Studio System, no, in VTS plugin, we can do key invoke key reader, PIKR equals new. We do actually need the thread. T equals new of thread work. T dot is background equals true. T dot name equals VTube Studio. Key reader, key relay. T dot start. Now this is going to do PIKR, or so while true, thread dot sleep for 15 milliseconds. And then we'll do if is model got that keyword thing is, we will call PIKR dot get key state. Then we also want to do T dot, no, not T dot, PIKR dot key pressed plus equals. We'll define it as new in the constructor. Keep it the same spot. PIKR dot key released equals key released. and we'll do pikr dot, or not pikr. We need to translate string key name from byte e is e switch 0x41 is key a. Is it the best way to do this? Probably not. Let's do this. Is it greater than or equal to 41 and less than or equal to 0x5a equal key plus character of e. What do you mean? New character dot from encoding dot ASCII dot get string. This is messy, but that might work. Oh, we need to know what the names are because there's more. We're not just doing the printing characters because we also have the modifier keys. We have space, alt, control, shift, tab, and caps, and return. Although return doesn't seem to work. We also have mouse left and right and middle, which is weird because I'm pretty sure that those aren't actually handled. I don't know. We also have the number row. So we need to handle those as well. So this would be we'll take, what are the, is there numpad keys for this? No, does not have numpad keys. Okay. So we just need the number row keys, which is 0x30 and less than or equal to 0x39 is key plus it's just key e minus 0x30. Do they have keybinds for the arrow keys? I don't think so, because this is the full width keyboard. They have keybinds for control right, but not alt right, which is weird. Control right and shift right, but not alt right. Okay. Everything is going fine. This has nothing to do with the Minecraft plugin. Okay. That's most of the keys right there. We just need to handle the weird keys. So 0x10 is key shift. I think it's capital. 0x11 is control. 0x12 is menu, which is alt. Right. We also need to do caps and space. Caps is 14. Um, 0C is return. Do they call it return or do they call it enter? They call it enter. Okay. We will do the right shift and right control, which I believe is plus 80, plus A. Oh, this actually needs to be A0. Hold on. A0, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. Okay, we also need one for space. Space, not backspace. GK space is 0x20 E space. Also need key left mouse, mouse L, mouse M, mouse R. I don't actually think I have a B button. Okay. So 0x01 is mouse L. 0x02 is mouse R. 0x04 is mouse middle or mouse M. And then undefined is empty string. Okay. Now I want to test this. And there's an easy way to test it, which is to go into C# interactive, define it. Now what I want to do is byte values equals new byte of 256 for int I equals 0, I is less than 256, I plus plus. Values at I equals byte of I. Okay, so now if we open values, we have an array of bytes from 0 to 256. I want to make a string values string equals new string of 256. I want to do for int I equals 0, I is less than 256, I plus plus. Values string at I equals key name of values at I. Probably didn't need to make an array for this, but that's okay. Now if I do values string, we can see 0, mouse L, mouse R, mouse M, and then as we go along, all of the key names. Perfect. We can also do values string dot where x dot length is greater than 1, which will give us only the key names. Now theoretically, in the VTS plugin, we can now take string key name equals key name, nope, key name string equals key name of E. If key name string dot length is above 1, then we want to, actually we could just do null. So now this is a nullable string. We can just do this. If key name string is null, return. Else we want to, if this has the key model, the model key stuff, we can do base set expression state string key name string true. No, this is false. And we could do the same thing here, but for true. And theoretically, this should just work. Maybe. To do it though, I do also need to So to do it, I do need to change the model. So I am going to load. We don't actually have a way to load the right one. Now hold on a second. I need to go in here. I need to check the model's name. Well, shit, I can't. The model's name. I need the full model name, the full shebang. Type H1 full keyboard. Okay, good enough. So we'll call it Gremlin keyboard. Type H1 full keyboard. Now if I do model change, Gremlin keyboard, it should reload this model. More importantly, it should cause Coalescence to get information about the model, and now is it working? I don't actually know. No, it's not. Okay. So let us see then. Does we get the key state? We invoking these events? Would probably help if I actually click the key. No, we're not. Okay. Hold on a moment. I think I know why. I think we're using get keyboard state when we should be using get async keyboard state. Get async keyboard. Is that it? Hold on. Get async keyboard state. No, it's get async key state. This is fine. We can do this. Returns a short. We'll just do this. So we won't have this keys. Byte key equals get async key state of I. And 0x80. As a byte. 0xFF actually. This might work. I have a connect method. Don't I can call a method. So public void connected. Or what we'll do is we'll take out this code, we'll extract this, we'll call it check model, delete connected. We'll go to the VTube Studio subsystem. We set all this up, and then I want to do vtsp.check model. What's your problem? Private. Yeah. This should make it work immediately, hopefully. Try it. WebSocket is not connected. Okay. Yeah. Need it to happen at some point. We'll try this. E2 equals task.run async while true. Try check model patch nothing. Wait this and then break. That'll run until it works. This might work. Maybe. I don't think so. Is it actually a short? Invalid managed type combination. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Invoke get async key state. We're just gonna ask it for the new thing. Oh dear. Oh, that's why. Static extern short get async key state of a Windows Forms keys v key. It's int32. It takes a long time for this to start, and I don't know. Probably because I don't wait. That's probably why. Hold on. In here, if this fails, thread.sleep for 250 milliseconds. Only try once, or 4 times a second. It's probably blasting the CPU. Okay, so direct works. Indirect does not. Why not? Okay, let's see. Is it running? Hold on. Is it? Ooh, is it? And 8,000? It is. Okay. So we need to do something. One inserted one for some reason. This is. We need this to be a short. Um. Yeah, so it's a different. It's the highest bit is set, and the width of the type is now 16 bits instead of just 8. To actually make it 8,000. It's a thing. Still not happening. You press just hit. Um. EG is just set. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think I know why the problem. I think I know why it's not working. It is being set and then being immediately unset. So I need to modify the files a little bit. So I'm going to copy this. Actually, I'm not going to copy it. I'm going to make a 7-zip archive of the current state of type H1 because I'm about to blow it up. More specifically, I'm about to disable requires to be held on every single one of the expressions, which is going to take a second. But we'll try it. We'll try it with a simple key first. Key G. We're going to turn off stop when key is let go. Okay. I'm going to restart. Oh, good. Slight issue. It focuses Visual Studio. Now the breakpoints are invalid. Grand. That's the slightly annoying bit, is that okay, so key released is never hitting. This is gonna be so annoying. Up. First off, let's move this or something. That will let's Oh, I never update last keys. Last keys at I equal to keys at I. Honestly, since we're reading it immediately, we probably don't even need the last key or the keys buffer. Because it's being immediately read. Takes a while to start. But is it working? $71. So the question is, are we sending the requisite information? I don't know. Am I allowed to do that? Hold on. Does my plugin have permission to change things like that? Presumably. The only parameter I don't have. It is getting a lot of requests. It's just that VTube Studio isn't doing anything with them. So despite this, it's not being set. Expressions are being enabled. What do I do? Do I have a way to see if they're being enabled? Hold on, let's try something. What if I take key G and I disable its hotkey? Hasn't done anything. There's like something stopping it from working, and I don't know what it is. What do I do for this? Because it is sending the messages. Unless that's not. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Do I need to send their internal names and not their expression? Oh, I'm sending. No. Idiot. Idiot mode. Idiot mode. I'm a dumbass. You set this thing like that. It works now. Although it's a bit slow. It's like strange now. I can like it's supposed to be really fast, but it's happening over a second. I may need to make some slightly more changes. Let's see. Live 2D expression VTube Studio. Set time. There's an overload. No good. Base.expression. Nope. Shit. But I can't set how long it takes to, can I? How do I change the speed of expressions? It does work. So it looks like I can't. It's just not a thing I can do. I have to set hotkeys specifically. So there's a couple things I can do. I can make it set and then use a hotkey again, but then since I don't have a way to tell if the hotkey is actually being set or not, I can't be sure whether or not it's gonna happen. I could do that because the problem is otherwise it's gonna be like this weird 1 second thing, and it's just you're gonna see this where I'm like blasting through it, and my hands are like barely moving. I would like to make it fully move. We can do trigger hotkey key name string, right? Um, which will work. Wait, does that just work? Oh no, it's far too slow. No. It it has a couple problems. I'm not allowed to do it quickly. Um okay. I could manually set the parameters because hotkeys is not going to do it. Um because this is too slow. Wait, why is it fast? Oh, I'm doing it locally. Um so this is too slow. Um hmm, let's see. Documentation. Hmm. Alternatively, you can set a fade time outside of VTube or inside of VTube Studio. How though? Because the problem is it uses it from the. It does it from the hotkey menu, which I can't use. Um. I mean, I could animate it myself. The only problem is then I'm going to have to re-implement like that. That is probably not worth it. I'm gonna have to re-implement the entirety of um like VTube Studios parameter handling, and that's not worth it. Um, it's just so annoying. I can't make it faster. That's the only thing I need. That's all I need is to set the expression fade time to not be 1 second. I need it to be much faster than 1 second. It must be possible, right? I can turn on the VTube Studio logo. Um, Shit. There's gotta be a way, right? Um, so weird. It's a no opacity setting on the hotkey settings. I don't know what that does. So the screen button hotkeys. Whatever. I can make folders. Um, hmm. Hold on. Let's check the hotkey things. I'm thinking that the major issue I have with the hotkeys is that it takes too long. For some reason, applying the hotkey, I guess there's a rate limit on it. Is my guess? Actually, not anything in the hotkeys here. What? Hotkey. YouTube Studio API hotkey. Hotkey. Requesting execution of hotkeys. Is that a thing that... Oh, that's so annoying. Why do you do this to me? It's so close. It's so close. Everything is so close. But the thing that blasts me, the thing that prevents me from doing this the way I want it to be done, is that the VTube Studio API takes hotkeys from the hotkey queue every 5 frames only for API development. The UI is immediate. The API can only take a hotkey every 5 frames, which means I have 2 options. I can either run VTube Studio in a higher frame rate than I actually display to get those to have the amount of time that will take by making the physics frame rate 120 instead of 60, or I'm gonna have to do some weird relay that relays the keys directly and then uses raw keyboard events, which honestly probably isn't even that hard at this point. It's such an annoyance. It's so close to working. We haven't added 9 seconds, but it's so close to working. It's so close. And yet so far. The tiny limitations placed on me by VTube Studio are really blasting me. In any other state, this wouldn't be a problem. In any other state, this would not be a problem. But here I am, desperately trying to do the one thing I cannot do. It's so annoying. And I can go back to the hotkey one. Problem is I guess the problem is I have to be typing pretty quickly. Like, it's pretty fast. The problem is if I like slap the keyboard twice, right? To put in like a bunch of fake information, it doesn't ever clean like the key states, and now they're broken is the problem. So that's kind of the issue. Like I can click back onto the actual VTube Studio app to fix it because it'll reset all of the key states if I blast it with a bunch of events, accidentally minimize every app. Now we have a bunch of trash, which I'm not holding any of these keys, and I can fix it. The problem is it's problematic. I wish I could change the constants in VTube Studio. Because they're probably there so that like people don't blow up VTube Studio by blasting it with random events and stuff. But I'm the one guy who wants to do that. So let me do it. Let me see actually. There are a couple config files I might be able to fuck around with here. It's so funny to me that they use the Minecraft port. You can either use VTube Studio or play Minecraft, not both. Let's look specifically for 5. No. What about? Nope. 1.0. No. Like plugins. I don't think that's gonna do it either. Man, that's rough. I don't think that there's anything I can do to modify those. Yeah. Is VTube Studio open source? I don't think it is. Then people would just remove the watermark. I think the VTube Studio API is open source. Is this it? Is this just the API? I think this is just a. I don't even think this is. It's API development page. I mean, we're being real. VTube Studio is a Unity app, and that means I can probably just open it in .NET Spy and change the all of the things. If I'm being completely honest, I can probably just edit VTube Studio to not do the things I don't want it to do. I could just do that. The fuck am I doing? I could just make it do the thing I want. I'm a programmer. I can edit these things as much as I want, and then they'll break it by updating it. But like, I can do these things. I've got the power. I'm just gonna mod VTube Studio. Fuck it. I just accidentally clicked the NAS. Oh my god. I need to unset that. I keep accidentally clicking the NAS in the sidebar and then File Explorer crashes because it's not online. VTube Studio data managed. Assembly C#.dll. Sick. Where's .NET Spy? We're in programs. .NET Spy. Open. We're just gonna mod VTube Studio. It's fine. Probably should have waited until .NET Spy loaded to drop the thing onto it. It's okay. Everything is fine. It's really taking some time. Oh, that's right. Last time I was opening Vinyan. Oh. Can I close all these? Close all. Open Vinyan. Not Vinyan. VTube Studio. I keep doing that. Okay. How nice. It's not even obscured. Okay, vts.core. VTS. We need the API. There's a lot of things I could blast, but I literally just want to change the API. All I'm here for. API executors? That sounds pretty interesting. A key trigger request. Sick. I have the code. All right. So all I want to do is the hotkey trigger queue has a size of 32. I would like to change that to be, we'll say a size of 128, which is a lot longer, but that's fine. Edit method, 128. They're gonna let me do it? Oh shit, it just works. Okay, sick. Update. So it takes one every 5 frames, which I'm going to change to 1 frame. In fact, I'm just going to remove the frame counter entirely. If the hotkey trigger queue is above 0, I'm actually going to change this to be a while so that actually it doesn't matter what the queue is. It's going to empty at every frame. Sick. Frames between hotkeys. That's unfortunate. I'm going to edit this field of a value of 1. I'm going to save all. Is this still in assembly C#? It is. Okay, so I can just take assembly C#. I can port it to the other computer using paste, and then we just restart VTube Studio and we're golden. Check this out. Blast VTube Studio. Why is the model's icon black again? It's not supposed to do that. Replace assembly C#. I've now modded VTube Studio. If it does an integrity check, I will be very confused. Game already running. I've angered it. I want to hit go offline on Steam so that it'll never attempt to update the app because it will cause it to fix and no longer be my modded version. It's still running apparently. I think it's because the Unity crash handler didn't die. It's still running. The hell is this? CC engine. MSI center. It says it's still running. And to my knowledge, VTube Studio is not running. I'm gonna try blasting Steam and see if that helps. It's running. My modified version of VTube Studio is running now. Now, keep in mind, all I did was change it so that now 128 key or hotkeys can be queued, and they will happen. It'll empty the queue every frame instead of holding on to them for 5 frames each. Did they do that because it makes it more secure, more stable? Yes, most likely. Do I care? No, definitely. So we're gonna just go for it and see what happens. Is it going to work? Is it going to blow up VTube Studio? Yes, to both questions. Let us see the power of the gremlin. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Just modify the app. This is why I love C#. I'm allowed to hack it for free. Given I still won't. I probably do have the power to remove the watermark, but I'm not going to. I'm not here to cheat them out of money. I'm here to make it so that my hotkeys go crazy. Okay. I'm very happy with that. Excellent. Now I have to worry about people seeing my passwords. Hooray! I have obtained ultimate power. Okay. We can uninstall VTube Studio locally now because I no longer need it. We do need to post this version of Coalescence over to the persistent directory, and then we can get back to the Minecraft that I was supposed to be doing this entire time. I'm having too much fun. Why bother with dealing with the the limitations of your software when you could just delete them? Hell yeah, for insane amounts of keyboard throughput to wait for it to turn on. It does take a long time to actually connect, and I don't know why. It's probably asking me to authenticate. It is. But now do the thing. You can press multiple keys, and it only takes about a second for it to finish. Sick. Does mean that I'm probably no longer able to use VNet because I'm now using a modified version of VTube Studio. Also, I'm marked as offline. I honestly don't know how VNet works. It probably is a problem, but you know, that's okay. We'll live. It's not like I have anybody to VNet with at the moment, so we got it to work. When in doubt, hack the limitations out. Okay. Anyway, now that Dentiosoft is probably not happy with me, let us continue. Sorry, but I need the speed. Where is Visual Studio Code? Wow, it's been a while, hasn't it? Okay. Visual Studio Code. It only took. I mean, I said it would take an hour, and it took an hour. But now I can have a little keyboard that I can blast. As we play around here. Actually, I would like to change the color of the keyboard. It was kind of an afterthought because it wasn't really a big deal. But I probably should actually make it a good color. So we'll edit custom. Hooray, editing. Editing that I'm allowed to do this time. Keyboard color. Let's see, what color do we want? Chat, give me a color for the keyboard. I could do any RGB color. I could do the same color as the backgrounds that you can't see anything. It's just keys. What do you think? What's the best color for the keyboard? Do the same green that I'm wearing. We could do chroma key green. We could set it to the color of the key so that it disappears in recordings. What's the plan? We could do blue. After all, the only thing it's obscuring is the logo. That doesn't matter anyway. We'll change the keyboard overall transparency to half, the background transparency to half of that. All right. Now I can blast these little keys. I'm just surprised it works, honestly. It'll probably end up crashing eventually. Coalescence will probably give up at like again an hour from now. But it does work. Somehow. 17%. Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom and then we will continue with our Minecraft plugin. This time for real. Actual Minecraft, 3 hours and a half, 3 hours and a half into the stream, but we will get there. Just give me one moment. I have to I'm back, and it's Minecraft time. All right, now that I have the ability to absolutely blast this keyboard, I honestly kind of want to do it for the mouse too now. Not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Not worth it. Stop. My brain is like, I need it. I don't need it. Okay. Let's do a quick calibration to bring it back into line, I guess. I don't know. I should work here. Okay. Unfortunately, we never got the unhinged effect. Okay. So the idea now is that we need to make a class to apply and unapply a Razzo. To certain players. So how are we going to identify the players? The players are given a UID from the server. So let's do this. Public void apply Razzo. To string player ID. And we need to clear Razzo from a player. Okay. So these are virtuals. Extensions of this class will have to apply these, or they will have to implement these. So, for example, now let us create a example Razzo. So we'll say public health drain Razzo extends Razzo. Public class, sorry, dumbass. So it's gonna extend Razzo and bucket runnable. Do they not have multiple inheritance? No. Java multiple inheritance. No. Shit. Okay. All right. That's the problem. It's not too bad. Array list of player. Players. Player P equals player P dot void shit P dot what do I have? ID? Identity? P dot UUID? I need like a way. Okay, we probably need a way to get a bucket player and get their Razzopon player ID as well. So we should probably make a class for that. Public class Razzopon bucket player extends player. Is it final? A player cannot be the superclass of Razzopon bucket player. Is it not a class? What? It's an interface? Oh no. Well, first off, let's move this to its own class. I've made a mistake. Hold on. What do you want? It's fine now. A couple. There's a couple of these. Mm. Oh, thanks. Also, welcome in. I just spent a decent amount of time setting up this. Do I even want to know why G is still pressed? I don't know why that happened. I don't question it, but yes, the keyboard works. It took a while, but we got there and it worked. I did have to modify my installation of VTube Studio. We don't worry about it. I did hack the keyboard or the hotkey limitations. Is that that is this? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm using VTube Studio, now the modified version of it, for the model. I have 2D and 3D models now. I actually have significantly more 2D models now. This is not going to implement player. Oh, hold a player. Public player. So what is this? This is honestly, I had a bunch of 2D models. I don't have character definitions for them. So this is just a character as of current. Although I did actually reread the license, and the license for this model does allow me to create characters from it, and use those and like own them. So I actually can use the chibi model to create characters. The other ones, it's not clear. So I'll probably have to ask Chiba if I can do that. Yeah, I really like this model. I modified the textures a little bit, because you are explicitly allowed to do that with this model as well. So I added like I have a file called turbulent map, which is a turbulence map that I saved in low bitrate and or saved in low bits per channel. So it's I think 4-bit color, and I just superimposed it on top of the existing hair, which I think it looks pretty good. I think it's really cool look. There's a lot of green, which is weird because I don't think the turbulent map has a lot of green in it, but I could be wrong. I haven't looked in a while. Where is it actually? If I go to video, turbulent map should be in this folder. None of it is previewing. That's problematic. Yeah, there's not actually that much green in the turbulent map. I mean, it's not greenless, but that's the turbulent map. That's the texture I superimposed. It's just paint on that turbulence, but I saved it with a lot less colors than it needed. So there's not that much green. I mean, there's a decent amount of it, but it's not like 50% green. So that's my turbulent map. I did make a slightly freakier turbulent map, but I decided against using it to this. This map is a lot more colorful, but I felt it didn't look as good. That's the slightly freaky turbulent map. But yeah, those maps are actually how I set up the effect on. So for example, on the Depths of Akbalor album track art, you can actually see. Oh wow, it compresses a lot. Is it on Discord? It took me a second, but that's pretty funny. It might be. Who knows? But this I can't actually zoom in at all. Can I? I mean, I can kind of do it. So if you like look over here, that's not the right one. If you look over here, you can see these kind of like rusted texture. I used the same kind of thing. This is a composite of the turbulent map and what I call the cloud map, which is this. This is not going to compress well, but this is the cloud map. Essentially, I just took a bunch of like default generative things that it has, like the noise textures it has, and I just saved it with low. Yeah, sorry, I did not warn about the flashbang. But I saved it at like low color space, and it looks really cool. So yeah, that's kind of what I did to get that coloration. But I do have other models. We'll see if model change works. Probably won't, but we'll see. It takes a while to load this one, and we'll see if we'll see if coalescence crashes. Here we go. Hey, oh, it didn't load the here. So yes, here is another model. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to make derivative characters from this or not, though. So I'm being slight. Oh, I didn't hit save active expressions. That's why. So I haven't assigned any other details to this character other than a name. Mainly because I'm afraid that I'm going to put all the work in and then I won't be able to use it. So I'm not sure. I could ask. I probably should ask. It will take a while for them to get back to me. So probably better than later. We could ask. It's probably gonna take me an hour to write the message because I'm the guy who rewrites the message 90 times because I'm like, is this mean? Oh, I actually have a fifth model I downloaded. I have a lot of models. I have a other new model that I downloaded, which I definitely cannot make a character out of. It's just it's a meme model, but I can use it. I just have to port it over. Let's see. Casually, I should probably move the microphone so I'm not blocking myself. It doesn't mention if I'm allowed to make characters with the model. It's unclear, which is the best type of clear, is it? No, I should probably ask. It does actually matter quite a bit because I do have 3 of the models that I have that you can select are this model. So you lose count of all your model a little bit. I mean, if you do it's models. If you do exclamation models, you can see the list of all of the models, all of the secret models, 2 of which have never been seen on stream before. But yes, we have a bunch of live 2D models. We have a bunch of VRM 3D models. You can use model change. There are little phrases you can put in to load certain models. It's actually not the title of the model necessarily, which I did just realize I probably should have mentioned. Oopsies. It probably should just work, but I haven't done it. So that's awkward. But yes, there are other models. I love that the stream's title is Gremlin Writes a Minecraft Plugin, and I am now not a gremlin, and I still have not written the Minecraft plugin. We are making great time today. We will get there eventually, I promise. Hopefully. But yes, I think this model does this model have vBridger support? It does. So I don't actually own vBridger. I've never purchased it. I think it cost like $15 something. I don't think I can look because I'm offline on Steam. Oh, no, I can. No, it's $10. The editor is $20. So the only thing that I haven't, the only main reason I haven't used vBridger yet is because I kind of don't want to deal with setting up the iPhone, if I'm being honest. It probably is a good idea to do it because then I don't need to worry about accidentally leaking my full ass face. Because it becomes impossible for that to happen because that data just simply isn't sent. And then I can use VMC recorder again. I wouldn't have to record the model. But the only issue is I have to buy vBridger and I have to buy it on a specific account. The weird thing is I have 3 Steam accounts now. Because I have no, I have 2 Steam accounts. Do I have 3? I can't remember anymore. I have an amount of Steam accounts. The idea is, okay, so here's the major issue. If I want to stream, let's say I want to stream Darktide. I want to go in and slap some guys with a big ass hammer. The issue is I cannot be using VTube Studio and playing Darktide at the same time on 2 computers. I have a 2 PC setup, so that's a problem. So, the way that I have to do it is I have to have a separate Steam account on the other computer to run VTube Studio, because if I'm playing anything in my library, I have 5 minutes before Steam disconnects one of the sessions. It's the compromise they make for family sharing so that people can't just like buy one game and then share it with like a billion people at once. So that's the compromise, right? So I have to have a second account. The problem that the thing that has stopped me from buying vBridger up until this point is if I buy vBridger on the other account I'm using for the relay, I may in the future need to buy vBridger on my main account, which is the problem. It's the reason I haven't done it yet. If I could buy vBridger standalone, I might do it, but I'm pretty sure you can't. Can you? I've never looked actually. vBridger. They might have an itch page. I'm not sure. I only see the Steam page. Got a 7 out of 10, which is a little rough. I don't know. Looks like you can only get it on Steam. There's an itch page for VTuber kit. Oh, what is this? Yes, vBridger is only on Steam. Wait, itch.io didn't answer? Is itch dead? What happened? Wait, you can't do that. Itch is down. Are they getting DDoSed again? Maid model kind of remind me of evil Narosama. Sounds about right. You mean Narosama? That's probably. I didn't parse that in time. Let's see. Evil Narosama. Also known as our impending doom. A little bit. We have a pretty similar color palette. But then again, black and red is like the most default evil villain colors. Actually, I don't even think she's inherently evil, is she? I can't remember. I came up with like a very basic idea for the character, but since I don't have confirmation that I'm allowed to actually keep these designs, I'm not entirely sure I want to put all the work into creating a character if I can't necessarily use them. I mean, I could also just change her appearance, but that is slightly problematic. As of April 15th, 2025, Twitch is phasing out their old API. Ah, wait, no, what? Was that this year? Couldn't have been, right? Them deleting PubSub? Hold on. Now I need to look at my Twitch bot commission history. There's no way that was in April, right? Hold on. I've got the interest. One moment. Gotta read my commission history. Was that April? Kind of. It was around that time. But yeah, actually they got hit by it too. I was like, because I know with my first Discord bot, 3 a.m. should you sleep? Yes. Go to sleep. What the hell? The middle of the night. Only I'm supposed to make bad sleeping decisions. But yeah, the only reason I haven't bought vBridger right now is that I'm convinced that I'm going to end up buying it and then need to use it on the other account, and I'm going to have to buy it again. Sorry, what? Sorry, I just saw there's a Steam app that is slated for release tomorrow called Project Neko. What is this? A live AI native metaverse. Oh dear. Networked emotional knowledging or organism. That's unfortunate. Find by you Steam Workshop. What? So I'm half between clowning on this and half between no, it's not a porn game. I don't think. Who knows? I'm half between clowning on it because it is absolute buzzword soup, but I also because of the description, I think this is translated from Chinese. So I want to be a little bit hesitant to absolutely blast it because it's probably poor translation. Which I have a little bit more respect for, but I can see that they put a shit ton of buzzwords in here, and I'm not so sure. They put a lot of buzzwords in the description. What? Wait. Huh? Is a social experiment. This looks pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. So, the first thing I think of is the character AI bit, where like character AI managed to convince some guy to like kill himself. Now it's on Steam, and it's your Neko waifu. I mean, realistically, they're probably gonna have it not tell you to kill yourself. Character AI probably doesn't give a shit, but as long as you pay them, they don't give a shit what happens to you. Um, yeah, the thing is, it's got dating sim. It says that they're gonna make a visual novel with your AI character. I don't know how they're gonna do that. Also, isn't this essentially already a visual novel? You talk with them. It's text with visuals. Visual novel. Actually, that's probably a sting against the visual novel category. I'm being disrespectful to visual. I might not enjoy them all that much, but they deserve a lot more respect than that. Sorry. But yeah, this is I don't know. I will reserve my judgment. It comes out tomorrow. It could be great. Who knows? But I don't know, man. It's gonna be based on the Steam Workshop. It says it's GitHub open source. Let's see. How much activity does this have? There are 14 contributors. How many of them have cat girl profile pictures? Legitimate question. Apparently, nobody has ever viewed the contributors tab before. GitHub is struggling. Am I forbidden from seeing this information? Oh no. my ad blocker for it's called Easy List China. Just activated. Yeah, it's really rough that they made it based on an acronym, and knowledging is not a word. At least if it is, I'm not aware of it. Acknowledging is a one, but I don't think knowledging is a word. It's rough. The pull request. Let's see what the pull request is. Add React Web front end with SPA and component build system. Don't merge. Why did you open it? What? There is a decent amount of activity. It seems like they're even committing as recently as 5 hours ago. So they're definitely trying to spin it up. But also, I'm a little bit worried that they probably should have. Oh no. The changelog is in Chinese. I can't read it. Oh no. I see 250 megabytes. I see I18N internationalization, agents, Steamworks API. Wait, it can't be open source. The Steamworks API is not public. The Steamworks API is NDA, isn't it? Can't you not do that? Wait, they dropped the library file. You can't do that. Isn't that not allowed? I'm pretty sure that's one of the only things because like you have to sign an agreement to use the Steamworks API. So I'm pretty sure that's why you're not allowed to put the binaries on the internet. I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong. Let's see. Let's go to their English page. Let's see this. They have a 22-second video. Oh, I can't get the audio to work because I'm I'm watching this on the relay. Hold on. We'll bring it up. It's GitHub. I should be fine. Let's see. So You ever just see something and you go, "Oh no"? This is like this is how you get an incredibly parasocial relationship with your phone. Um, Yikes. Cross-dimensional socialization. Omni-platform connection. Oh dear. Oh no. You might have been spot on. It might be a porn bot. It said that in the distant future they want to integrate it with mechanical bodies. Oh dear. That doesn't sound good. It's also it says multi-language support is planned in 2026 spring. It doesn't even have English support yet, does it? They struck out the word cat girl in the documentation. Huh. Anyway, what a rabbit hole. That is I'm not doing that. All right. Anyway, I I scrolled down on vBridger and went on a 30-minute rabbit hole about an AI project. Yikes. Okay. Well, one day I'll buy vBridger, but it's probably not today. I just need to figure out what my setup is. Anyway, let's move on to the other model that I haven't shown yet. I think I have given her the name Foxy. Well, shit. That's awkward. Nope, I haven't. Here we go. It's the other one. Oh, I have to press the button. It's the other one. Um, we got counter aiming. What do you call it? Counter rotation, which is actually one of the reasons I never use Warudo. Is because it's got counter rotation. It's weird. To me, it's always seemed really weird. It's like, I don't know. I've always found it kind of strange. But yes, this is another model made by Chiba Mio. Do they have another name? Maybe not. Wait, yeah, they do. I was asked to use the handle Mio Live 2D. So I do believe I have done that on the model list. Let me check. Yes, I have. Okay. I replaced their Chinese name with their handle because there isn't enough horizontal space. Maybe there is actually. I can always edit it. Um, but yes, I have absolutely no ability to modify this model. Also, the mouse tracking seems to be. I need to change the settings on it. Um, where is the mouse settings? Body rotation, auto breath, eye open, I smile. What? Oh, I guess it's what flattens out the bottom of the eye. I really wish there was a button to minimize all for these. Okay, mouth smile. Wow, that's rough. So, it's out of range by default. My smile is like 1.3 ish. Uh, um, and then a frown is like 0.5. This is the power of editing your settings. Like resting slightly unhappy face. Anyway, mouth open I need to fix. The default value is 0, which is closed. Did 1.1. Oh, I need to. Yeah, now I can. my threshold for fully open is like the full on pog. The max is 1. That's probably not helping. The max is set to 2.1. All right, now. Probably set it to like 0.8-ish. 0.9 we'll say. All right, so now it's I don't have to fully pog. And now the next time I use this, I won't have to fix that. Although it's like the thing that's weird is like my mouth open range. If I'm trying to like actually have my mouth open, it gets up to like 1.5. But if I'm just speaking, it's like a 0.2. So maybe I'll set it to 0.5 is fully open. So if I yap, it'll like, because I don't have audio settings. I don't have a way to take parameters for voice A through E and put them into param mouth open Y. Unfortunately. I mean, I probably could. How would I even do that? I could just open by A, I guess. If only we had a schwa variable. After all, English is half the ultimate schwa. Display lighting. Brightness. 97%. Hey guys. I'm slightly bright today. How does this work? I know that there's a way to it's weird. I can probably put it in a positive feedback loop. I think it is in a positive feedback loop. It is, yeah. You can see it very quickly, even at 7%, like 16%. It's trending towards white because it's showing the model on the screen, so the model gets brighter, which causes the model to get brighter, which causes the model to get brighter, and it kind of just goes a little crazy. Why are all of the window names censored? Anyway, but yes. How do I make it? Because I know that there's a way to do directional lighting. But I don't know how to do that. Turn this off. I can turn on the visual effects. Um, Chromatic aberration. Sick. I don't think I'm allowed to use this though. There are a lot of in a lot of the models, there are a lot of things that say that you're not allowed to distort the model. I mean, okay. It says, let's see. It says no malicious modifications. Well, this is for the customizable model. This isn't technically. I don't think this is a customizable model. But for the customizable models, it says it is forbidden to disfigure the image. which is really vague. I don't know what that means. Because it could be like, don't make it look bad, or it could be, don't modify it at all. And I'm not sure where it is. Because at what point is it unacceptable? It's very difficult to answer. Because one of the modifications I typically end up doing is making dark textures brighter so that I can use multiply color, which isn't what I would call a disfigurement, but I don't know. Anyway, let's go to a different model. Let's go back to our good old friend. We could go back to Humanea. It's been a while. Gremlin mode. I love that it just like flops away. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Pepsi. Sorry, the Beppis. It's not Pepsi. It's Beppis. It's Beppis. Do not get it mixed up. It's Beppis. I do want to check. Yeah, this model doesn't have any information as to its license. Which is a little rough. They actually have a lot of VTuber models. I do actually like this model. Pretty good. Oh dear. Customizable feet asset. But yeah, I might get more of the models from Koi. Koi has a very good lineup. But I might switch back to my Gremlin because I just spent an hour and a half doing the thing. What is the green button? Chat, I have two buttons. I have a purple button and a green button. What does the green button do? Do we click it and find out? Do we click it and find out? Do we fuck around and find out? Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Apparently that's a screenshot button. Okay, we found out. I'm pretty sure the other one sets the custom. I don't even remember what the base looks like. Here's the base. Yes, the base model. And then the custom. Speaking of, actually, I wonder if I think I changed, because one of the things I'm unhappy with is the clothes color. But I set this model up before I found out about how you're supposed to do it. I could probably make it look better. Hold on. What I had wanted to do. This is gonna take some doing. What I'd wanted to do. Have a red bow. Oh, that's why. Because it's got a dark texture, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, I could modify it. I don't know. There's literally no information as to what I'm allowed to do with this thing. So, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that. It just says, what does it say? Customizable vtuber model. What does it say? VGen is not answering me. I have been forbidden to find out. Face can be customized with 53 complete face adjustment parameters. Clothes and hair colors can be customized. Body size can be reduced. That is all it says. So I don't actually know. I could probably reach out and be like, hey, what's the license? Did it come with a license, actually? I never looked. Although to be fair, if you're going to have a license with your model, probably best to actually put it in the uh description. It actually doesn't have a license. As far as I'm aware, there's no license. So I don't know where that puts us. This is the right one, right? Probably, considering I have a PNG. So I have no idea. There's no licensing information. None at all. Um, I mean, I can assume what I'm not allowed to do. I'm probably not allowed to post it online for everybody to download. That would be kind of wacky. So we know at least one thing I'm not allowed to do. It's probably the same thing. Don't do any malicious modification. But I really don't know what that would be. Really unclear to me. I guess I've never seen an example of a malicious moderation or modification. Oh, it's weird. You probably can't just like put a slur somewhere on the model. I would call that malicious. Strange though. Anyway, let's swap back to our good old H1 full keyboard, also known as Gremlin. Keyboard time. Uh-oh. Does it not work? No, because the last actual change model I did turns off the hold on. Okay, everything is fine. We will reobtain our powers. Check this out. Why is C pressed? Now, whenever somebody says press F to pay respects, I can just. Got him. He's so respected right now. Anyway, let's get back to the programming. Remember what we were doing all this time ago? Programming. All right. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. It's a little bit out. Okay. Public string Razzopon player ID. We'll do this. Public class Razzopon player as a public string ID. Public string. But these are actually not public because Java is not that you can't get away with making things public. So these are actually private. And then we have string get ID is return this. We have void set this string new this new wait this equals new this. These are both public. These are both public. Okay. Now we can do format documents. And now it doesn't look as bad. We can change this to set ID. Username, set username. All right. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Where did I put the player? Here it is. Can I make a nullable player? Can I do nullable in Java? Private string a. No. Nullable at nullable. All right. So we need to do Razzopon players. So Boolean public Boolean is affected player P. Honestly, what we might do is put this in the base class. Initial capacity of 16. That should be fun. Okay. And then we need to pass in a string name. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to have a Boolean is affected player P. Turn or for each Razzopon player and players. If player dot get bucket get get player uh equals P, return true, else return false. Um, we'll check their UUIDs actually, in case that they're different references. These should have a value-based comparison. I don't think that they implement some sort of equals thing. I could be wrong. I don't know. I just work here. We'll do boolean or void add player. That's Razzopon player e. It'll just be players.add. And we'll have remove player. Then apply Razzo will do for each player here. Oops. Oh, you know what? I probably can't do this because I can't modify a list I'm iterating, can I? Hmm. I mean, this is easy because this is add player. Well, we need some sort of registry of which player in the game corresponds to which player in Razzopon. Because it's not something we're gonna have everywhere. We could have a registry of Razzopon player. Private static Razzopon player array list of Razzopon player. Players. And we'll do public static Razzopon player get or create string name a string Razzopon ID string Razzopon name player oh dear. I'm not used to the like filling set ID on ID player dot set player add our player to the list if and only if we can't find it already. So we return our player. What we want to do now is if or for each player, right, Razzopon player, RP in players, if RP dot Razzopon get ID equals Razzopon ID. Are you supposed to use string equals? You're like not supposed to compare strings in Java because they always do reference comparison. I seem to remember that, which is one of the major issues I have with Java because it's a really shit pattern. You can't have an operator that works but doesn't work for what it's made for. If 7 equals 7 and that returns true, if the values are the same, it shouldn't do a reference comparison for reference types. Does that make sense? should attempt to do a value comparison. All right. The only thing is you may not have this information. I mean, you could also just do a lookup. Just do like lookup a player, get player. Actually, we'll do if player dot equals or p dot get player, because this might be null. So we don't want to make it the left side of the equation because it'll throw an exception otherwise. This will not return. Will return null otherwise. Put the at nullable annotation on it. This one cannot return null. Because it will always create one if it doesn't exist. Public static. That's one layer. Lookup by string. Razzopon ID. Also nullable. Oh, phone ID. Okay. Or an explicit constructor rather. One player. We can now look them up. We can get or create. The idea now is I want to go into Razzo. Apply Razzo from player ID is okay. So we want to do Razzo on player that lookup by player ID. If player equals null, we want to return. Else, we want to do players dot add player. Actually, what we'll do is we'll do this. Call add player. This I'll remove player. Document. They used to it automatically formatting the document after basically everything you do. But it doesn't do that in Java. Okay. So we will have two parts of this. We'll take the damage timer, we'll call it we'll rename it to health drain timer. And it will deal with it'll have a health drain Ratso, I guess. Private HR. What do you want? We need to generate a constructor. Okay. Then run will deal for player in get online players, we'll do if HDR.is affected of player, player dot damage or set health. No, we'll do damage. By 1. Okay. So check to see is this implemented? It is. Okay. So now that should work. Now the only problem is we need to have a way to assign a player to one. So how am I going to do that? Because I don't have a registry of it. That's actually going to be the major issue is don't have a way to update this. Because we're going to have a central area that things are occurring at. If I go here, I could do a protected array list of Razzo. Do Razzos dot add this. We can do a public static void boolean for success or failure. Add player to Razzo. String so player P. We'll do should be static. For each Razzo are in used to C++. Not C++, C sharp. Dude, my brain is not working right now. I'm full on gremlin mode. I got 3 IQ and a dream. A dream of a system that works. That's about it. Anyway, if our dot name get name, oh that is it's right, it's private. Dot equals so do they have equals ignore case? They do. R dot add player or dot huh? Add player. I'll have to do this. If Razzopon player equals lookup Razzopon lookup from player if player is null, return false. Did not work. Can't use the word is. So used to C sharp. Dude, what is going on? I've been using C sharp for like fucking 11 years and I can't even remember his name anymore. All right. We do this. Return true. Return false. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to make a command where I can run it and it will it'll add me to the route so. And then I'll start dying really quickly. Bucket create a command. I don't remember how. To create it in plugin.yaml. Right? Commands. Add Razzo. Description. Adds a Razzo to you. Usage. Razzo name. Permission. Razzopon dot add or Razzopon dot add razzo dot self. No aliases. All right. Now we need to make a command executor folder commands. Add a new file. Razzopon or add razzo dot java. Add razzo. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Now is blast all of these. Add unimplemented methods. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is command sender is name all these. These are really shit names. Here. And arg1. What are these? Label. Args. Turn true. Okay. If sender dot is player. Is console sender. Um, That's not how you do this? Oh. Format document, my beloved. Okay. Is dot get command. Add razzo at set executor. Do add razzo command. Now we can package this. Open CurseForge to open Minecraft, which might take a while, because periodically it doesn't work at all. You guys liking the keyboard? It would be one really like difficult keyboard. You'd have to like move your hands around a lot. It'd be a really tiring keyboard to use. It also floats in front of you, so you have to like hold your hands up too. It's a rough keyboard. Work. Oh. All right, chat. See if it works. Loaded the plugin. No. Am I not an op? Oh. Probably because I lose up. All right, here we go. No. Not invoke array list iterator because the the list is null. That's a problem. Probably fix that. Crazy, I know. Um okay. Start it. It's static initialization, so happens when gotta go fast. What? It's still empty? They not have initializers? Razzopon layer. Layers is null. Signed right here. Static initializers probably don't work then, I'd guess. They bitch. But how it is sometimes. Um format document. Should really make this automatically restart. Should also probably turn off the Minecraft music so I don't get blamed. I know you're fucking. Target release 1. Probably not helping that the compiler plugin I'm using is really out of date. I also don't use this. Move that for now. Maven compiler plugins current version is 3.14.1. It's like a week ago. No, it didn't. It was like 3 months ago. About Maven shade plugin. I don't even know what shading does. 3.6.1. Um, okay, so shading is just copying the dependencies with a bad version name so that they don't cause dependency issues. But it also means that you're going to end up with a billion versions of the same program in the same like file. Is not great. Valid target release 1.21. You want from set it to 1.25. Sure. See if that works. Okay. Now it's going to come out of data. Now the only plugin in the server, and it's also I deleted the old version and its configuration directory. If it loads the old version, I'm going to have a moment. How is it still null? Guess maybe because there isn't a. Work. Okay. Moment of truth. Still doesn't work. All right. Well, it's at least not crashing. Um, Should have put the wrong name for it. But we'll go with low size. Fine. Um, Minecraft.health hyphen drink. Wonder why not. It returns false, which isn't actually a lot of information. Oh, it's Java system that print line. Okay. Somebody's gonna be really angry that I'm not using the plugin logger. But you know what? I don't give a shit. Right? I'm a rebel. I'm even gonna use reload. Right. Right more. Ow. all of the um all of the key press is not happening because of Power Toys being like, oh, he wants to type an accent character. No. No, I don't. Please stop. Desist. Cease. Um, I really need to change it to just left or right arrow. It's funny because it throws an exception and it says bother the guy who wrote this plugin for using system.out. It still works. But try more. I will eventually change it. Apparently the route test list never got set. Which is weird because it has to have been. Wait. Idiot. I never set the timer up. I love accidentally hitting skip this file. I do it every time. Why is Epic Games open and advertising Enfield? Go away. Open report dictionary. Got him. Oh. Damn. All right, it works. I might be in the list 8 times, but it works. All right. So what I want to do now is I want to make it so that you can't do it multiple times. So we will throw okay. Probably hide the game. We'll put it in the right side. There. Now it makes sense that it's that size. We have an ad in 5 minutes. I think that's how to do this. Could be wrong. But okay. I probably should. Okay. Now it should throw exception. You're already there. It will eventually add exception types. But right now we're just testing basic stuff. We don't care if they're already there. Okay. Okay. What I want to do is event is I cannot remember for the life of me what the event handler name is. Implement the listener interface. Tried so hard. Bucket events, entity damage by entity. That's how you know I've done this before. I know the event name. Alright, so public void and on entity damage by entity damage by entity events. Here damage entity damage if event get damager instance of player damager equals event player damager dot heal or event dot damage times 0.25. Actually, we'll say 0.5. Yeah, half as much. All right, and then we need a vampirism. Oh, oh, it's not. If Razzo is affected, this a document. We need to do this dot event. I cannot remember how to. Where do you input one of these? Bucket register listener. I don't remember how you do it. Get plugin manager server plugin manager dot register new vampirism event handler. This I think. I guess the thing because it stopped showing it to me. Okay. Now I do package. Server, it failed. What do you want? Invalid target release 1.25. Make up your fucking mind. What do you want from me? I'm on Java 25. It worked before. What the fuck do you want? I won't do it. It's still 25. Or yeah, it's still 25. I don't understand how I can literally build a project and then it will stop working. Like I have built this before and now it doesn't work. I just set it back to 8. We'll continue to use the crustiest version of Java because it will not work otherwise. Simply open permissions.yml. My beloved. Okay. Work now, hopefully. If we're lucky. Unresolved compilation problem. I love that. Is that this isn't defined. Right there, actually. Says this isn't defined. Is this not the constructor name? What do you want from me? Is it that it doesn't automatically save all files? Notably, the size of the jar file went down with this release, so I'm not super hopeful that it's going to have more information of what we need. Need to take damage. Also need Works. Glad I got over there. Get over here. Unfortunate. It works. No way to remove them, so this is just permanent. He's running away. He knows what's coming. Oh wow. You can get almost nothing out of it. Alright. Pretty sure if I leave and rejoin, it actually, yeah, washes all of them. Because every time I rejoin, I get a new UUID, I think. No, I do have the same UUID. I don't know why it's not occurring. Alright, we can make more now. Really not that hard to make more. Now that we have like the basic thing down, we can make as many of these as we want. We can make them as incredibly specific or incredibly vague as we want. The only thing that we probably should do is set up like a generic event handler so we don't have to register a billion. But we do have the basic stuff set up now. We have a generic API, or not generic, we have a basic API set up. We have a basic plugin set up that we can build on. So I'm going to call it for today. I've been doing this for I've been doing I've been doing Minecraft development for about an hour and a half. But my brain hurts. So we call it for today, and then we will continue next time. So let's find somebody to raid. As much as I would love to do our raid finder, I still actually haven't fixed it, so it doesn't work. How we raid? Oh, how interesting. Did I raid them last time? I can't actually remember who I raided last. I think I did random raid by tag, but I'm pretty sure I raided this person. Joke's on them. I'm raiding them again. I make the rules. Um, helps to put the right username. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, even though half of it was me trying to make my model do the thing. Um, um, but we are going to be rating Emoticat.exe, who is working on a VR chat world once more. And is there anything else? I've been starting around 10 to noon ish. And I think I do like actually streaming at this time more. So we might continue doing that. But other than that, no, I don't have anything else. All right. Well, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye bye. I have to press the button. I gotta press the button. Where is OBS? Oh, here it is.